Get where we left off. Oh, we were gonna track down this elephant. Talk to her about the note. Where do we go from here? This guy.
It's as if a storm went through here.
In the shed. Did I miss it?
Hog heaven.
Got all the evidence here last time.
This is quite comfy.
She packed as much as she could carry.
I'm curious, why is she packed?
A commendable effort to barricade the windows. Had Goliath been aggressive before?
It's dangerous, but it was never aggressive near my father. My father would do anything for Goliath. All the elephant had to do was clap its ears.
You envied him, the elephant, I mean?
Our house is called the House of Ivory. I've heard some people refer to me as the Ivory Girl. And my room stinks of the animal, as if it's me who lives in a pen and not Goliath. It's not envy, Mr. Holmes. It's just incredibly difficult to live like this.
Well, nothing to worry about. Your dad's dead. Congratulations.
I'm afraid I can't add anything useful. I'm afraid I can't add anything useful.
And, which part of the elephant is in here? It's quite pungent.
Oh, that. It's elephant sweat. Father believed that it might replace traditional ambergris.
Well, that's true entrepreneur spirit.
I'm afraid I can't add anything useful.
How can you read something like this? It's hard to swallow, and that's not due to the hard cover.
You're hardly serious. Any library without Nabe and Laura is incomplete. If you can read, then these books are an absolute must. Love and adventure. They're about life.
Oh, I wasn't aware that exploding pyramids were a part of daily life on Cordona.
You haven't seen life, so you might try reading about it at least.
These bags of yours, it looks as if you've packed your
There we
entire room. Were you planning on going somewhere?
My partner and I, we wanted a change, a fresh start abroad. But now I have to stay here. Here, an orphan.
The evidence.
It's chilling to think the monster is free.
Okay. Let's got all her answers. I think we need to go back. Yeah, the dude's side. How do we fast travel? Oh, here we go.
Stop shirking. Get dressed properly and come inside. Stop loitering and get inside.
Frame rate dropped for some reason. Yeah, here.
Moving on.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
Decent pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about.
Burn. Yeah, burn, Sherlock.
I'm a busy man.
Your partner had a very specific attitude towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed. Moving on. Moving on.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore loved it, it still remained a wild animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
I'm sure that Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break. Moving on. Moving on. I've nothing to add. Moving on. I've nothing to add. I'm a busy man. I'm a busy man.
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers. That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life or her friends. The type of elite that pretends to be educated.
All right. Really just gotta find new people. Oh, those blues. I don't think there's anything else here, but check the big site. There's a yacht over there.
Are you able to help me?
You and I are the economic foundation of this island. We should help each other. But I don't know what you are talking about.
You know this person?
Excuse me, just one question.
You and I are the economic foundation of this island. We should help each other. But I don't know what you are talking about.
Alright, let's change back into our clothes. Means there's still clues, I think.
Can I ask you a question?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
I think you do now. I'll use the door.
Could you help me?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
Got. Yeah, but maybe not.
Bloodied bandages.
All of that. All that. Let me ask you about this.
May I ask for your assistance?
I can't help you with that, sir.
I'm with this guy. No? Definitely more to be found here. Shouldn't we be able to find some blood or something? Look at this guy.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Should we be able to find traces of blood?
Bloodied bandages.
Maybe we have to find where the race is. How do we move the newspaper?
I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
So where was the whirlpool? Yeah, Grand Saray. What do the symbols mean? Use concentration. Okay, so it does want us. Okay, let's try this again. There's no stamina. Once it's used, constantly. On the note? No. I don't know what it means. Oh, maybe something. Tea caddy, not smeared.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think. Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think. A typical tea tin. I wonder what he has for biscuits.
Alright, there we go. Smuggling psychotropics on the yacht. What else is there to find here?
Oi! Hands off my possessions before you lose your fingers. Are you illiterate? The rules are written everywhere.
Ah, Mr. Perks, the cabin boy himself.
Champion, you mean? I was right. You are illiterate. I think a couple of shiners might teach you. One last chance. Who are you?
Mr. Gilden's friend.
I am a friend of Theodore Gilden. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I need a few words from you about...
Get out of here. I'm not joking. Leave this place before you have cause to regret it. I will use force.
Do the police still throw people in prison for smuggling? Oh yes, with you helpless and handcuffed, I'd learn a few more secrets. We don't need to compete with our egos now, surely.
Oh no. I'd rather you tell me something more, so that I might have more reasons to punch you out.
Paul Persh is a woman who disguises herself as a man to achieve a higher social position. Hey, Bats. So it's either a yachtswoman or a smuggler. Injured arm. I will hit something hard. Bandaged arm. Go with professional yachtswoman.
I'm impressed by how well a woman can handle a yacht and endure so many hardships on the open sea. The revelation of your nature could well humiliate so many rich men here, not to mention how you have broken the rules. But I understand. You've done this to forge a real career in the sport. But tell me something. Has no one asked you why you don't grow a beard?
Shh! Have you been following me? You better not be wanting to end my career, because I swear you'll regret it if I get outed.
Damn you, Paul. I'm sick of... Who's this peacock? Does he know who I am?
I definitely know who you are not. You're not a dictionary reader, at least. I wanted to see how you... pals interact with each other in your natural habitat. But I'm afraid I have to interfere.
I'm coming for you. I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
Why are they wearing?
Don't cry, you'll live. Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Just die.
Time to knock this guy out.
I'm coming for you.
Common seems a
Don't
little
cry, you'll live.
terrible.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
How's he not
Take this.
affected by this smoke and stuff? Curious.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Get ready for some pain. I couldn't miss the party.
Time to knock this guy out.
Try not to kill you.
Overcome him. Don't run.
I'm coming for you. You're dead.
I can't figure out how to get them without killing them. Okay, the snuff's ready?
Get ready for some pain. I'm coming.
The snuff's ready.
Okay, there's a snuff's ready.
Eat lead.
Shit, oh, I hit the wrong key.
I'm coming for you.
Combats is so janky.
Take a rest, my friend.
And there's no reward for risking our lives.
Paul's explanation will suffice.
So where did Paul go?
Your fellow mariners have a strange way of showing hospitality.
They were not my friends.
Are you sure? I would rather risk my neck for someone who's at least honest and thankful.
Perhaps then don't enter someone's life and be so judgmental, pretending you're better than they are.
Then give me your perspective and allow me to see through your eyes. What were you doing this morning, Miss Perks?
Don't call me that. I'm a champion. I was sailing.
The other club members told me that you missed the race this morning. Do champions not need to practice?
You've talked with them already. No, I wasn't racing. I visited the doctor after that attack on me. And then I had to honor the deal with the bandits you just took care of.
I tried to tell you before, but your partners interrupted. Have you heard the news? Theodore Gilden is dead. Do you have anything to say?
Well, what a shock. To me, he was an angry old ogre. Good riddance. Was it Goliath that killed him? Did it crush him? Break his bones? Come on, tell me. I want all the details.
You have an unusual way of showing grief. Imogen wouldn't appreciate that. But yes, the animal could have been involved.
It's poetic in a way, isn't it? It takes a beast to kill a monster. I wish I could have been that elephant.
You're asking for trouble with this smuggling business. You'd better leave it before they smuggle you out in a barrel.
Don't patronize me. I've only ever had trouble with law-abiding citizens like Gilden and you, never bandits. So ask me anything you want, and then get out of my sight. I don't know what you're suggesting.
You smuggle illicit psychotropes on your yacht. Not a delivery for the hospital, I'm sure.
Of course not. I've had to cut corners to earn some money. How might a person afford to pay for a yacht in an honest way? I don't know, although I'm smart. The buyers are my customers. Adults who are willing to pay for their pleasure, or weapons for jewels. Whatever they want me to deliver. Nothing criminal.
Well, it's your lucky day. I'm not here because of smuggling. Have you tasted this tea yourself?
I wouldn't have been a champion if I had used it. It's just a side business that keeps my career afloat. It's quite expensive to compete in yachting. Sometimes I cut corners.
Such as fixing whirlpool yourself?
Exactly. And sometimes I just have to pay. That's how I earn money. I don't sell slaves or take the last mangear from a poor family.
What can you tell me about the elephant?
He's smarter than some people here, including his owner. Although I feel he could be dangerous, no matter how much he's fed.
Why is that? Have you ever seen Goliath attack anyone?
Well, not exactly. But I saw it, abusing some poor tree during one of its walks with Theodore. The expression on that old ninny's face was priceless. But it wasn't funny to look at. Believe me, it was frightening.
It seems as though Theodore Gilden hung a sword of Damocles over your life and career. Were these only words, or something more serious?
Check my forearm. Pulled muscles and bruises. Small cuts. Nothing that you could call serious.
I doubt that a man in his late 50s could wrestle you.
It wasn't him. He behaved like a rat and hired brutes. His boys tried to lock my hands behind my back, but I was faster and I escaped.
Was he so protective of his daughter, or was it your feminine secret that provoked him?
My guess is that he was protecting his property. As he saw it, he owned Imogen, and he treated her like a piece of furniture. He didn't want his daughter to be loved by anyone. What's more painful is that Theodore didn't allow me to love his daughter. Typical.
I'm not sure that your relationship with Imogen could be described as typical.
Are you afraid of a woman in trousers? Now that's typical of men.
Imogen doesn't strike me as an industrious young lady, so I find it strange that she was busy packing up all her belongings when Mr. Gilden died. That's some favorable wind in your sails, isn't it?
Is it so suspicious that a couple might embark on a trip? I wanted to thank her, so we planned to go traveling. A Theodore-free place, without elephants.
The timing of it is suspicious, however. Your lady friend becomes an orphan and heir, and there's a planned trip directly afterwards.
An improvised romantic dinner will never please a spoilt girl. A planned voyage might. It's not spur of the moment.
Look what I found. A box full of darts.
Hey, that's mine.
I confiscated it. These darts appear to be filled with something. Poison? How powerful is it?
It's strychnine. Enough to instantly kill a small rodent. I haven't tried it on a human. Yet. I hope you know what you're doing.
Could it immobilize a larger animal, say, an elephant?
I've never tried, but I have wondered.
A charming picture. I've heard that champions do often pose with their trophies.
Cheeky. It is a lovely trophy, though. I'm sure you will agree.
What is it that you like most about her? Her naivety? Her father's money?
A somewhat difficult choice. Especially now that her father is out of the equation.
Does this knife seem familiar? I didn't find it in your competitor's back, to be clear.
This knife is as blunt as your humor. It's a bosun's knife, but it's not mine. I wouldn't be so careless as to mislay my tools.
Alright, what else we got? It's life.
I don't know what you're suggesting. 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 I'm clueless. I'm clueless.
A. Swift. Are you familiar with this name? The gentleman had business with Mr. Gilden.
Likely just another strange and wrinkled fellow like old Gilden was. Perhaps this Swift person has a rhino, and they wanted to see which pet was stronger. In other words, I don't know who he is, but I bet he's crazy like Theodore.
I doubt that court owner has ever boasted a battle arena for that size of mammal. You have an interesting imagination.
Your tech. Oh. Everyone blames Goliath. is lust. Been either of them. What's in the perfume? Oh, I can need touch with either one of them. Foghorn from the boat shop. Where's that foghorn at? In one of these rooms. In here?
It might fool an elephant.
We got a casebook again. Alright, so we... injured elbow on his left arm. It really comes down to the tool. Looks like it was more likely an tool, archaeology. Yeah, no, the archaeology side, or archaeological site. Words. Alright, where are we going? We are heading this way, I believe.
Stop shirking. Get dressed properly and come inside. Stop, look.
What were we stealing from here? Fabric.
This fabric will work.
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand me.
Be swift. Be swift.
Nice road, and before we do that, let's see if we can find those other books. I don't know if we can gonna be where we think they are or not. Where are we going? Where are they? Oh, we have to leave here first.
This young lady has a childish interest for her age.
Yeah, I feel we're not going to find books here. It's like a long-term quest. All right, Knights Road and Trinity Way. Is that same shop we helped out that lady from? Yeah.
Good day, madam. I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Signor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief. Of course I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Animal, a passionate, perhaps amorous animal.
Ah, Signore, you talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what you need.
I need a life-size elephant.
I think Mrs. Nini outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's a masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time.
This is ridiculous. We are going to have an inflatable elephant.
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
So, you're a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. You forgot about your new friends, Sherlock, Nabe and Laura. You won't reunite the trilogy.
Oh, are you enjoying torturing me? Those are your friends, John. I have a case to solve.
Well, it's up to you. But I think you'll regret it. Oh, she is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
Okay, so we didn't.
Are we ready?
We have a.
I can't stand attention.
We're ready. Let's call the elephant.
Okay, wait. I think we want to reload. You like raisins? How do you feel about a date?
How could anyone resist?
I told you you had a nice trunk. Would you hold it against me?
I knew a lady once who said just that.
Please show me a night I would never forget.
Too bad I'm not an elephant.
If you were a chicken, you'd be impeccable. I get it.
Take your time, Sherry.
Here I am. Were your other two wishes?
That deserves a slap. And then a kiss.
And here's our lovesick friend.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave it.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you.
Okay, so do the trilogy.
It injured itself while running through the forest. There's something in the needle. A feathered fletching. This might be promising. Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman. The left tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
-4? No, I have -5. So it has to be this one. Not that one, this one. It has to be this one. Then we need a 4. 4 in the circle. Can't see anything now. No, it's not this one because it's the only one that has negative. Oh. Overly complicating it. These 3. Strychnine side of it. Does seem like try to provoke it. Just find these other books. Here, maybe?
From before Mycroft was born, our family loves to prod at the past.
So one of them had missing Dardic, if I remember. Paul had full box. Alright, I'm gonna get some more wine and then I'll be back. Let's realize my Good. So I remember there being a dart missing, and I thought it was from Arthur's box. I think it was Arthur. Or look at the books. I don't think they're gonna be here. I mean, the other person's a lot more suspicious. I'm pretty sure there was a dart missing. Check something out here. Find out if I'm right. Bring another save just in case. Oh, we want to be going north.
Stop, Lloyd.
You are guilty, Mr. Swift. Killing Theodore Gilden was a testing challenge. You succeeded.
What makes you think I'm somehow involved in Gilden's death? My partner's death, I might remind you.
You were there when Theodore Gilden died.
Nonsense. I visited him many times, but I wasn't there when the elephant killed him.
Then I must have made a mistake, because the murderer met Goliath's rage personally. The perpetrator was hit by the gate and thrown into the shed. Your bruise matches the contour of the broken hole. One further detail is that the murderer had a bosun's knife, fairly useful in a place where one might cut ropes and fabric, such as, I don't know, the dig site?
That's your interpretation of the facts, Mr. Holmes. You've simply aligned them
I might
to
have been
suit
wrong
your
here.
hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis once proven, it's theory, Mr. Swift. Your dart uses strychnine to kill rodents at the site, is that correct?
Well, yes, that is its purpose.
The same dart with strychnine was found on Goliath. The very same substance is a powerful stimulant. It causes convulsions, a flow of energy. You shot Goliath. The elephant
I'm
became
thinking that. I think it was the other
energetic,
person.
agitated, and so terrified that it killed its owner. For a man of your age, it was easier to hit a larger grey target than a small man.
You said it yourself. Goliath killed Theodore, and your strychnine speculations are absurd. Only athletes use it as a stimulant, not elephants.
True, but one dart of strychnine would not be enough to kill the elephant, and you knew it. Let me tell you a story. A man spends almost 5 years of his life locating an artifact. He puts every ounce of energy and money into his research. The same man even goes so far as to sign a contract with a ruthless man, a businessman. It was a risk, but the
Yeah, I think
reward
this
would
is
be
wrong.
worth it. Years go by, and there's still no result, so the businessman decides to end the man's research. He spits on the research, he promises to bury the site under an eccentric project. All of this is just his whim. Theodore Gilden could do anything he wanted with this place, and you were anxious about the fate of your research. You wished to protect it. You tried to tame Gilden's eccentricity, but you killed him instead.
Theodore wasn't trying to sabotage my career. We had a disagreement, but it wasn't as dire as you describe it. He wasn't a pleasure to talk to, but killing him? Nonsense.
Theodore Gilden was a capricious man, extremely impulsive. But the cold-blooded nature of your plan makes you even more dangerous. You feel nothing. You show no remorse. It was simply a calculated move. And that is why you are under arrest.
Nothing. You have nothing on me.
I think I'll let the police decide if my findings are substantial enough for prosecution.
This is all a dreadful mistake. This can't be happening. The elephant killed Theodore.
Goliath is innocent and he should be free. He is not the real murderer here. That is the apex of your career, Mr. Swift. Farewell.
I told you Mr. Swift was not a real archaeologist. He was a murderer. I knew there was something wrong with him.
Fortunately for us, being a murderer was not his profession. And about the elephant.
While you were busy, I've dealt with it. No thanks to you. I asked you to solve this wretched problem, but you didn't.
I couldn't be in two places at once, Miss Gilden. I was catching your father's murderer. But how have you dealt with it?
A man agreed to take the elephant away. He came to me asking for permission to relocate it to his property, and I accepted.
Well, congratulations, I suppose. That is one less problem.
Actually, two, Mr. Holmes. I found my father's possessions that you can take with you and disappear.
I appreciate it, truly.
Well, someone has to do something. Take everything if you need to, and leave me be.
Take care of yourself, Miss Gilden.
Okay, so we have to do the bazooka thing first. All right. Oh, that's a checkpoint. We don't want that. Okay, so maybe it was neither of them. How do we find these other books? Let's get the newspaper. Why am I going to the newspaper? But no, what's going on, buddy? That reminds me, I was going to play that Final Fantasy game. It's not PS Plus. So I'm playing this now, though. Just chilling. Playing anything good lately? That. I was doing some work in my office earlier. Decided to break, play some games. I have no idea where do you find these books at. I don't even know where to start. Oh yeah, I think I was watching you play a little bit of that. I mean, I love the Yakuza series. I'm super excited for the sequel to that one. The true sequel to that one that's coming out in January. That will be a day one for me. Yeah, I've played pretty much every game in the series that has been remade. I think there's a zombie one. I haven't played that one. That one's, I think, locked on PS3. Yeah, I don't know where to find these books at.
Looks eccentric and smells eccentric.
Quite the spectrum. From the history of the Roman Empire to conspiracy theories of the French Revolution.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been meaning, well, I hate the fact you can't move your PS4 save to PS5. That's super annoying to me. But I know you have to kind of play it the second time to get the platinum. So I beat the tower, but to beat the tower, like, second time, you have to have, like, at least 3 classes up to level 30. Not sure if you've done any of that yet. Yakuza games are tough to platinum. I did platinum the new little mid-story, Like a Dragon, but that one was fairly easy to platinum. Yeah, it does provide a little insight, final boss, but it's not that important to really do. It is pretty challenging, especially since you can't save. Where are these other books? I might just have to look this up. I have no idea where to find these books at. Okay, so there's one in Paul's workshop and there's one at the dig site. Okay. Such a weird Sherlock Holmes game because John is apparently a figment of your imagination. Interesting take on the whole Sherlock Holmes story. Guessing this is like a prequel to the other games. I don't know if they plan on connecting this game to the last one that Frogware did. And there's a third game too, so I'm not sure where that ends up going. It's this blue book here. Maybe it's in the workshop.
Shipbuilding, shipwright's tricks, sail weaving.
Right corner inside the store. Oh man, I've never found that.
Sails of hatred. I suppose there is something for everyone, including champions.
Who knew archaeology could be so exciting?
Exciting is certainly a word.
Stop.
Where is this book at? Near the central area. Only 110. I don't know where this book's supposed to be. Well, here's a picture of it. Oh, it's over here.
Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert. What was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some kindling?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
It will make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127, the second book.
Oh, I am so done with this.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
Oh, John. Alright. So we did John's dumb challenge. Elephant shot before or after Hero's death? Talk to her one more time. Where's she at? I don't think she's going to say anything to us.
I don't feel safe with that beast back here.
Yeah, my only thing is that This person is a little bit too happy that the victim was dead. Let's go the wrong way. That would go around. I still think it might be the archaeologist. Silver handles. Oh, is this the arch they were talking about? So you're almost there. Let's not postpone. You're seeking an ark that's made of stone. Head east from the old rooms, my friend. Ah, okay. Guards the ancients until the end. Guards the ancients until the end. We're almost there. Let's not postpone. You're seeing art that's made of stone. Head east from the old ruins, my friend. The old ruins are over here. East is this way, so make it to the ark. Oh. No. Movable. Last riddle. With old ruins beneath its feet, find a tree that treasures keep. You may find only one small detail, but that doesn't mean that you have failed. Old ruins beneath its feet.
I always admire the way you notice such details.
In such moments, I often recall Mother's voice teaching us of the importance of the smaller details. The world hangs on small hinges, John.
Even the most chaotic miracle becomes sequential when you take a closer look. I remember.
Those old ruins. I think we'd be looking for an old tree. Oh, here we go. This tree, maybe. Could it be these floating stones? Battery's low. With old ruins beneath its feet, find a tree that treasures keep. You may find only one small detail, but that doesn't mean that you have failed. Small detail. I'm feeling we're not in the right area. How many trees here? Now, like, how old is this riddle? How old must these runes be? And there used to be a tree here. Up game? What are you doing, sir? Making tea? Alright, we need to put our good outfit on. Dr. Sherlock. Yeah, I like this. Nice clean look.
I don't know what this means. I don't know what you're suggesting.
Between yachts, darts, and notes from bandits, I've discovered many fascinating facts about you. But this, an installment of Nabe and Laura's adventures. Why did you sully your library with this?
It's a gift from Imogen. I didn't buy it. I might have turned a couple of pages, but nothing more. I swear.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but your literary taste has put you on my blacklist.
What's that mean?
Just be quick.
Did it feel good killing Theodore Gilden after the humiliation and threats?
What? I thought you were blaming Goliath for that.
No, I think you killed Theodore Gilden. Goliath is, unfortunately, a victim of circumstance.
I'm far better than to kill Gilden. Believe me.
You see, I managed to capture the elephant. Goliath had a dart stuck in his hide, similar to the ones that you used to kill rodents. My guess is that you used Goliath. A dart can kill a mouse or human, but for an elephant it's not enough. Strychnine is a powerful stimulant and convulsant. Once the drug was in the bloodstream, Goliath became extremely agitated and so blinded by the flow of energy that he killed his owner.
And my dart is responsible for that. I'd rather use my hands.
Yes, there would have been fewer variables, but after the attack on you, your condition didn't allow for a direct confrontation. So, you used what you had.
That's not what happened. Anyone might have the same set of darts as I do. They're not expensive.
But not everyone knew Theodore and had access to his property. I can understand why you killed Mr. Gilden. He saw you with his daughter. He checked up on you, yachtsman, smuggler, and a woman. He went so far as to hire some thugs to attack you. Theodore knew your weakness, your career. He forced you into a corner. You're a survivor. You were prepared for the worst, but Theodore surpassed even your worst-case scenario. So you responded accordingly.
I've earned everything myself. Every victory, every trophy, every mangir. I achieved all of it without murder. I don't need to kill in order to win.
And you weren't afraid that he would reveal your secret to the owner of the yacht club or your competitors?
I can control my fear. Trust me, I wouldn't have become a professional athlete otherwise.
You were at the crime scene at the precise moment when Gilden died.
I was not. I was visiting the doctor after the attack on me.
Ah, of course, where no one saw you. That's an inconvenience. But in any case, the person who was there met the rage of the elephant. One was struck by the gate with such impact that they were thrown into the shed. The knife fell out. The bruises on your elbow match the contour of the hole in the shed.
But I told you where my bruises came from.
And I heard you, but you didn't catch my words. A bosun's knife was found there, a very specific tool commonly used in your field.
That's only your assumption. I was never there. I mean, I was, but not when this happened.
I revealed many truths and lies concerning Gildan. One banal fact is that he was a bitter and angry man who acted according to his own desires and impulses. Such people are dangerous, they are unpredictable, and value their own comfort more than anything and anyone. The same as you, Paul.
Are you out of your mind?
You're a gambler, smuggler, and actor. You indulge your self-importance. Such egocentricity and impulsivity is frightening. I won't allow you to play with someone else's life. You are under arrest.
Wait. At least tell Imogen. Tell her where I am.
I think she deserves a space without you. I've heard you can gamble on racing in prison, only it's rat racing. No yachts. Goodbye, Paul.
Why did you pick my Paul? Out of all the people on this island. Just when I needed someone I could rely on.
Believe me, I saved you. I found the true murderer. Would you really choose to live with the person who took your father's life?
You took away the pillar I was relying on. Paul was my only hope. You've destroyed it.
It was Paul who destroyed it, not me. I was merely the fact-checker who discovered the real culprit. And now about that elephant.
Oh yes, Goliath. You did nothing about it. I had to deal with it. Fortunately, there was a real man wanting to help me. He agreed to buy Goliath and relocate him to his property.
I suppose I must congratulate you.
I'd rather you leave. But first, here are my father's belongings. Some of them have information about your mother. Take them and leave me be.
I appreciate it.
I don't
Miss
think
Gildan.
either of them did it.
I assure you, I only wanted to find the true perpetrator.
Perhaps. Or perhaps you found a convenient scapegoat. Goodbye.
I truly hope you meet more honest people in the future. Take care.
Yeah. I don't know. Don't know how I feel about that conclusion. They're on a bench. Over here.
My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend.
My dear Theodore, you know I value our friendship more than most other bonds. We share the same restless soul, and your acceptance and support in trying times has been a blessing. I'm endlessly grateful for the churn of fate that saw Sigurd and I join the same expedition as you. Nevertheless, I am not blind nor a hypocrite. I know that your feelings toward me have deepened. Forgive me, Theodore, but I do not feel the same. I must spare you the pain of one-sided love before it's too late. Ah. Ouch. Your mother was a tramp.
I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happened somewhere in the manor.
Finally moving forward. Shall we go?
Oh, that's right. He's afraid of water or something. Ah, apparently I'm soaked. Where's our manor at? South, across the bridge.
Did you hear?
It was found drowned on the beach by the cemetery. People are talking about sirens. New case, siren song. We're like literally just here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were the neighbors. Where? It's up the hill. You do some yard work.
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
I haven't found the secret in this room either. Ah, never mind.
Perfect match. My small archive of crime clippings. Maybe I should pick up this habit again. Still has a faint odor of tobacco, one of the few things on this island that smell like home. Made of cherry wood, Father's favorite.
I knew you'd find it in no time.
Wow, that was the challenge. Wait, was there 2 beds here before? Is that an imaginary bed? John, you put imaginary beds in my room. I think this was the room.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
First floor. Painting. A mirror. Maybe.
Another one. There must be something important. Behind it, I can feel it.
Mirror. See any mirrors? Maybe we have to go buy the mirror? First floor maybe mean technically second floor. Yeah, apparently be a British thing. I always assume it's a British thing. So this is here we go. I had
a surprise for my mother. You had a shovel with you, John. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a big piece of it. I remember now. We dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona and were eager to show my mother right away.
How'd that turn out?
For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Turn downstairs.
I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it.
Mother's arms. Open violence room.
Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
Sir Holmes, renowned archaeologist, is dead. Like a heart attack at the opera. Sherlock was 6 at the time, Mycroft 16. That's a 10-year gap.
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason. This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869.
What was the first one at?
This picture was drawn by my mother.
It's a
I
year
recognize
later.
her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December,
month later?
1868.
But, definitely after. Whoa.
It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all. Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
She was just going crazy?
Seems this was the most frequently used medication. 1 dram dissolved in a glass of water administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
My gentle Sigurd, alas, I am still yet to receive any correspondence from you. One presumes my precious letters are chasing you around the continent as you travel. The boys need their father around. That was February 1869.
Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move? You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Checkmate in one move. His figures are black. Oh yeah, we defend it. Yeah, we want to defend it with the king with bishop. So that will put the knight on the king. Checkmate.
Ah, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the Black King with the rook.
Easy, John. Easy. Alright, anything else in here? I'll have to check behind here or not.
Bars, covering the windows from the inside.
That's strange.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
Okay. I'm not sure what the screaming is. Why do you have to get spooky? This isn't supposed to be a spooky game.
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object.
Oh,
My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island.
That was her name, Violet. Yeah, I don't know if we have anything else here. I feel like we've gone. Oh, the suitcase.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
We'll need chemical analysis.
There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom. No labels. I doubt it ever had one.
Patients suffer sleep problems, periods of anxiety, and slight confusion of memories. Maybe it was Alzheimer's? Catatonia, apathy, and prolonged depression states. Oh, that letter she sent was after he had died.
brings back some memories.
Smash some memories, really? That's your response to that? That was a poorly timed default message. Alright, 3 and -4. So we're going to need negative on the blue. So I guess we have one of those. How are we supposed to... Oh, there's a minus operation. It might just be this simple. Easy. An hallucinogen. Well, no wonder she was going crazy.
Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained.
Get over here.
We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
Maybe?
I
Yep.
don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What? Oh.
Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
John and I brought her morning tea, but when the shouts started, I became scared. The only thing I could think to do was hide near the bed and wait for everything to pass. But thankfully, John was there to protect and calm me down.
My mother, she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened.
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
In the end, little has changed. My mother was still unwell, just not with tuberculosis. What I do not yet understand is why Mycroft lied about it. There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
Ink, paint, and hair. No signs of hard physical work, so he's definitely in something square shaped. Artist disguised as a sailor. Artist disguised as a sailor.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
As you no doubt have already guessed, I would like to invite you to experience my art exhibition, not only for the purpose of the contemplation of beauty, but in a more general need of your genius. You will find the gallery at the Caravanserai at the crossroads of the Bazaar Road and Hermes Avenue in Old City. Always your friend, Vivi. Vivi? Are you a magician in Final Fantasy 9? Yeah, 9.
You won't believe it, but Werner's other idea was to put me in a dress.
Who's this fella?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estevaux. Happy to make your acquaintance. I am here on behalf of Mycroft, your brother. He is on his way to Cordona. In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
I'm afraid I don't have time for this now.
I hope that you will reconsider. If you do, I'll be here.
Not now.
So, are you ready to take on the task?
You have my attention, Mr. Estevaux.
Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature. The matter is of no small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
What about the status quo?
The Ottoman population holds a certain animosity towards the colonial rule. It's been this way since we took over the island. General Ridley made concessions with their leaders, but I'm afraid we are still teetering on the edge of open hostility.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
There's a cafe just over the bridge that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence.
No case. One struggle with mental disease could well be hereditary. Yeah, you are nuts. All right. Caravanserai, Czar Road, and Hermes, in Old City. Ah, it's right there. Escape kitty baby. Bookstore.
A fresh newspaper? I wish you pleasant reading.
Mr. Holmes, you came. Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display. It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity. Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins. So, this little game of yours, what's it about? An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible. What about this intrusion? What happened? Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them. And the door to the basement is the only entrance? Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued. And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it? The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key. Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery. Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened. Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse. This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end. I will see what I see. I wish I could show you the gallery under different circumstances, but life is beautiful in its unpredictability, isn't it?
Yellow Christ. Love and pain. Guardian spirit of the waters. Pope Formosus and Stephen VI. Jean-Paul Lorenz. Grave of a suicide victim. Oh, these are some dark paintings.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
Origin of the world. That apparition, Gustave Moreau. A butt. A butt and a penis. The AC Swinburne.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
What the fuck is that? What is any of this stuff? This is weird. Looking for an
A
artist.
true artist never shows an unfinished piece. A true artist never shows an unfinished piece. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. Sodden and mold-ridden. One presumes deliberately.
What are you doing?
Back
John?
home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
Saturn devouring his sun. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet
The parasites of creativity. or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests. Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing.
Brand Malpal.
A Malpalbot. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache.
Room is covered in paintings hanging, huh? Inches.
The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame.
Lame. Lame walker.
Old, and hasn't been used for a long time.
Came in through the...
Closed
Here.
with a metal bolt.
Magnifying's fresh.
Footprints. Size 9.5.
Kind of smaller person. Think we have enough to figure out what happened? I just realized John is the one that walks around in my palace. Possible he came out of there. I'll come back to that one. I don't know who did it. What was that fingerprint again? The coffin with the skeleton inside, which had been slightly moved. On the coffin lid, someone had left a coal fingerprint. Is it possible where they hid to get out? They came in through the chimney. Into the chimney. What about the shovel? Bolted close. Okay, so yeah, so they hid in there, waiting for them to unlock the door, and then they snuck out front. I guess we're missing a thing. Yep.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room. But the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Got it. Detective Ooze. Done. Elementary, my dears.
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
Okay.
Extravagant paintings have been left to rot in a basement. A commentary on decay and the crumbling of society, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, I have confirmed that the intruder was an average-sized, flexible Malpal smoker with a limp. As it happens, the vandalism was a cover. The true intent was to steal a painting without your knowledge. The fact is, one of the pieces from the Wild Room is not in the wreckage.
What? That is extraordinary.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My. Your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news, or at least with a good story.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
We get out of this place. Well, trapped. All right, I'm gonna take a minute break and then I'll be back. All right. I'm returned. Prominent. All right. Go look them up at the Chronicles.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Say not now.
Miss Sertle, I am not pursuing you, and I am not pursuing further work at the minute.
Well, it shall wait for you here. Do come back. It's quite something. Mr. Holmes, that envelope awaits. Surely you want?
I'll admit, you piqued my interest.
Glorious. Now, let me set the scene. A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Codona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering. Because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Sertle, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
I like her. All right, people, celebrities. Old City. And recent. It all began at the painting sellout named by local artists as the Dance of Decadence. Okay. We can do this more here too. Hard time. Trash Aston Silverton at the age of 29. Hermes Avenue between Scarlet and Olive Street, Old City. Old City, Hermes Ave. Scarlet, so it's somewhere here. What's it doing this game? Classy Mario, this place up here.
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, Mom. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at...
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police. No visitors allowed.
Okay. Maybe have come back dressed as the police.
Hello, officer. How can I help you?
Greetings. I'm investigating the theft of a painting by Mr. Boniface Mercurio. He lives here, I understand. May I talk to him?
Oh, how dreadful. But I suppose that means his work is finally being appreciated, doesn't it?
In a way, yes.
That's good. The news should please him.
Thank you, Mom. So, where might I find him?
Find who?
Mr. Mercurio. His painting was stolen?
You must be new to the police service. You see, dear, there is a rule. No visitors allowed. This rule applies to policemen as well.
Mom, I am representing the law of this island. Please, let me through, otherwise...
Do you know how hard it is to become a landlady on an island ruled by men? And if you think that I'm just an old woman whom you can frighten with your uniform, you're very mistaken. I have a lot of connections. If you do something stupid, my dear, it will be the last thing you do on this island.
Very well, Mom. I'll work it out another way.
Have a nice day, officer.
Well, now we know. We have to be dressed as this person. Okay, so where do we get the homeless look?
Don't miss out on my unique... Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look. Let's pick something that suits you.
Kind of that, but that looks a little too fancy. It might be that.
A good choice. A good choice indeed. Nice affordable clothes. Step right up.
Yeah, he's kind of like got a bow cut and a little bit of grizzle.
Let's pick something that suits you. A good choice. A good choice indeed. Don't miss out on my unique clothes.
I don't know if I can change my hair. Alright, let's see if this works.
Good luck with your investigation, officer.
What? Is this not the outfit? Okay, I guess we have to do a bunch of artist specific things. Are we going the right way? No. Oh, there's the bazaar.
Nice afford. Let's pick something that suits you.
Messy hair. Okay, that might be the one we need. Artist tan powder.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Alright, I feel like this has got to be the right outfit now. Yeah, look at that. They look like the same.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
Well, I think this just turned into a murder case. Soft
Judging by
porcelains.
post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days. Could be the murder weapon. Could be the murder weapon. A normal kitchen knife.
Nice shoes.
The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags. It appears the wine was truly awful.
Bad wine. That's what killed him.
I wonder where he got that fancy camera.
Should we be more curious on the photos?
Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching. Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here. The chest has been searched. Red skin, tails on the back. Reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting. The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
John? John, where are you, John? Haven't seen John in a while. Oh, step in the blood.
The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called Expressionism.
We'll figure out what happened here. No head wound. I think there's a head wound. Yeah, the blood's there. No blood splatter. Okay, we're searching for the paintings. It wasn't suicide. See, dead body on the floor. Near the entrance on the desktop, broken bottle and a shattered frame, blue cloth flap. So, yeah, that seems about right. Okay, so someone's searching. He ran over. That person grabbed the knife. This part doesn't make any sense. Guess this is about right, though?
Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him.
Alright, stuff has happened. How did they even get in here is the question.
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
Is there anything else here? More chests. This is it. I'm gonna have to talk to the landlady.
Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting.
He's basically taking photos.
It's time for some chemical magic, John.
I don't know what that one does. There we go. Adds 1 to the region's value. Got it. Track 1 green. That's just the word negative. Put this one up. We have all this we need. Oh, I have one to each. We just need blue. One blue. What we do is we How do we easily get 2 red? That's a little trick here. Running. Wait, what? What have I done here? There we go. Now we just need 5 on the greens, which needs to do with this. It's a paint of his room. So
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs.
where is that bone?
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the 2 differences, John? If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here.
Do we see a skull? There it is.
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
Interesting. He's blocking. He's protecting me. Shouldn't I also try and put this up here? Probably just so they can release it on PlayStation. Surprised we're not.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Can I change my wardrobe up here? No.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
Perfect gentleman. Curious if there's a trophy for... I didn't tell her the truth.
You're acting so strange today, dear. I hope someday you'll let me inside that head of yours.
Phew, Sherry, that was close. 'Close. But you did everything correctly. Now,
I mean, dead man's clothes, live man's clothes.
Take off your outfit. I can't let you.
Wait, can you just not can I just not reset it to default? I like you with the that little beard, little tan.
Walk around in a dead man's clothes.
All right, so we need to go back to the gallery, I think. Gentleman self-defense. Not sure. Oh, that's self. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Oh, this person's got a limp, huh? Very interesting.
May I ask you something?
So, you think if you have money, we should bow to your whims? No, sir.
Okay, everyone has lumps around here, apparently. They're all guilty. Yeah, Gary, thanks for the lurk. Watch you play some Madden today. Oh, where we go? I go to the gallery. Come on, people, get out of my way. Is this the gallery? No, this is not the gallery. It's on the other side. Nope, it's the gallery. Never mind.
I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Okay. Forget what the inquire with people around you. I have no idea who to go talk to about this. Yeah, like who am I? Who can I possibly? Have you seen this kid?
Help me, please.
I have a question too. Who looks like an idiot in his fancy clothes? It's you.
Okay, maybe we gotta go working class. No, not that. How about now?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, I've heard talk.
Original girl's face seem to be from Ui's ethnic group tribe. The only place where you can find people in Cordon is a refugee camp located under a Victoria Bridge. Scaldillo and Silverton. There's no baby in there? suspicious. Very suspicious.
Beasts!
We're gonna have to change into our police outfit.
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
First they come to our land, then they murder our people.
Drop them all into the sea!
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm from City Hall. They sent me to oversee the situation.
No, you're not. I'm the supervisor of the camp, and I'm the one who's handling the current situation on behalf of City Hall. Ronald Harlow at your service. Now, sir, tell me who you really are, or you'll have to explain yourself to the police. I have full authority to request they detain you.
Very well, Mr. Harlow. I am a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness on my case. Sherlock Holmes is my real name, though.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in, so please, step back.
Nice Bill Holder with a mustache. Worse indoors or lighting. Let's look authoritative. Dressed. What else are we looking for? Shoes. They're nice shoes. I think I have no idea. So I'm trying to figure something else out about you. Could you? Oh, it is the shoes. Sedentary. Yeah, tired pin pusher.
The people in the crowd are shouting about a murder in the camp. Are you trying to hide it?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
If it was under control, if there was no dead body, you wouldn't be as nervous as you are. You would be sitting in your cozy dark corner of a City Hall room doing nothing as usual. Yet, you're here, trying to deal with a series of problems you
Kristen
never asked.
Cool.
These
What's up, buddy?
insults are inappropriate. You don't know what I'm doing for this camp. Even though the rest of City Hall doesn't give a bloody squat about the refugees. Maybe I didn't want to be assigned to this camp. But I'm trying to do my best for these people. If not for my work, they might not have any shelter or food even.
I apologize, Mr. Harlow. Perhaps I was prejudiced towards you, but in any case, I'm sure that you would still want this to be over as quickly as possible. The current reality is that neither you nor the police are managing things well here. You are unable to calm the crowd. You have simply never handled a situation like this before.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I'm looking for a young refugee woman. She must be inside the camp. She's with child or was with child recently. Help me find her, and I'll help you deduce what really happened here.
You may indeed be quite a perceptive fellow, but I still don't see how you can help me here.
Just tell the police I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest. Trust me. But first, you'll find my witness.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do and what I am responsible for are two different realities, Mr. Holmes. On paper, I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every City Hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewkesbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are so disturbed.
Oh. Can't hear anything. Both my ears in. God, I have my ears in.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector. And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's being questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee.
Alright, so...
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body. 0.
You know, dead bodies are underrated.
Police boots. Always have a man's footprint. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole.
Damn police trampling over the crime scene.
A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk. Malpal, soaked with salt water. £1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona.
A film we found our murderer. Now we gotta find his murderer.
Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here. A steel dirk. Sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers.
Apparently we just took it.
An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something?
Looked like he was hit over the head recently.
I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain. Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping, John. A violent death. This man, limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John.
If they find out about the passage, everything will go to hell. If they find out about the
You know what we need? No, shit. Shit. Yeah, these are so dumb. Like, these, you're not listening to the full thing, so you just hear words. Oh, it's not public. Jackson off? No. Okay, let's take refugees out. Camp locked down.
If they find out about the
keep amount of money. Old sleuth. Hysteria. Take refugees out. I don't know what the third word is. John, help me.
If they find out about the passage.
Maybe salary. No. Money. There we go. Ah,
Nobody will
scheme.
know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
The coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Sherry, just look at this. Living quarters in a sewer. What kind of a genius bureaucrat came up with this idea?
Yeah, that was 2. Who's this one? 8. 3. We didn't look at 4, did we?
A furrow in the ground. A blood trail leading to or from the canal. Clearly a left handprint here.
Whoever murdered them may have gone into the canal.
Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike.
Yeah, one click.
No hint of blood or impact. It might have been used as an improvised weapon. The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately. He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
Clean, disinfect, uses bandage.
Someone was dragged against their will. That will kill, not save him.
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
It won't do any good.
You must save this man's life. What's that? Oh, there.
I'm afraid these leaves can only be added to tea.
Maybe tea is what we need.
Nausea and stomach pain is not what he needs now.
Something's vibrating. No cloth.
Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound. I can use this to stop the infection from spreading.
What was the third thing we needed? To clean the wound. Alcohol. chickens? You clean it with chickens. Something's vibrating. Why is it vibrating? Ah. Soup? Oh,
I'll
boil
use
water.
it to create a solution. I've plated all the ingredients, now to prepare the first aid solution.
With science. Lots of blue. Oh, we can only do one of those. And we need straight up 2 blue. Doesn't really work that well. What's this new one we have here? Subtracts 1 from the value, okay. Now we just need the 5. Then add them all together.
Thank you. This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
We saved a man's life. Now to put someone in jail, maybe. Okay, we have more in the crime scene we investigate. 7. 8. 3, 4, 9. So missing 1, 2, 5, 6. There's 2. 1, 5, 6. There's 1. We're 5 and 6. There's 5. There's 6. Okay. Investigate everything they found. Except for this one.
Someone bled profusely here. A fresh crack. as if the crate was hit recently. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place? Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates.
Ladder.
No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs. It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards.
Let's see a secret. Secret entrance. Maybe back here? They mentioned something, so they know something. Just walked in. Why is this not? Oh, yeah.
Roadman's Cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. A single Malpal butt. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
Let's start at the beginning. Guess it's already established. There's one barefoot person running, and then there was him. Guess it probably started here. Yeah. I think I was trying to attack. What's our options here? No, no. She was definitely trying to be like trying to run away. But let's see. Beads drop. That was her like beads being ripped. And then this guy's like, "What are you doing?" Did not drop the knife. He saw the dirk at that point. He's running away. He tripped over these. Or they kicked. Yeah, I think he fell on his own knife. Yeah, he stabbed himself. Idiot. Yeah. First try.
So we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
It's a bill kidnapping.
You still here?
Inspector, I believe I can aid your investigation. I know who the dead man is and what really happened here.
You do? Well, good for you. But I'm afraid I'm not the one you need to share your findings with. Speak to Mr. Harlow here. He's the one responsible for settling things in the camp.
You don't even care to listen?
Oh, I do care. And maybe even more than I need to. But I'm only here today to lock the place up, question witnesses, and file the facts. It's sad, but coming up with conclusions is not among my tasks here. You fellows at City Hall do that. Anyway, speak to the supervisor. I'll just stand by and listen to what you have to say. Go and bother someone else with this, son. Go and bother someone else with this, son.
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, The intruder managed to raise himself, but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clock can make any difference in this place?
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, let's go find the pregnant woman.
Is this familiar to you?
They often take us from the camps to work. Most don't mind, though. It's the only way we get a glimpse of freedom.
So there's a smuggling ring in the camp. This wasn't the first time that someone freely entered the camp to take a refugee out.
At least it was certainly his last time. My gut tells me that we'll learn more about this ring when we find out where the thug came from.
Let's go find... Yep. You're welcome. We did that with our imaginary doctor friend.
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Naylor?
Naylor. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Naylor's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Naylor, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Naylor? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Naylor, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Naylor doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
Tattoo on his neck. Okay. Wanted to kidnap the girl. Finally, there's a high-ranking official. Give some information. Sketch of the abuser. So, look it up.
At least some of your kind have a hat. Thank you again.
You still here? I've already told you all I've learned.
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scaladio. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, we got all the evidence here.
Murder! Beasts!
Murder! Someone's been murdered. To the newspaper. So, okay, it's gonna be an official. A recent. Maybe interviews? No, current events. It was front page. Happy recent. Officials, front page. No. John was not happy. Let's try this instead. I thought the book is the one we're supposed to do the Researches in the archives. Maybe we have to look at the police archives.
Any progress with the case, Mr. Holmes?
Say smuggling. Suspects. There we go. Main office, southeastern Scaldonia. Oh, cores and items of antique art between colonies. Oh, this is enough. Yeah, I didn't think so. Wow. Young Woman by John Sketch the Abuser. Let's see what the tell. Instruments of crime. Documentation. Maybe complaints. Try complaints. Stop judging me, John. Oh, officer. I think we need to go back to the other archives. Kind of cool that you have two archives kind of search. Adds a little complexity to the game. Still very glad I did not play this on the hard difficulty. It would just be frustrating. Where are we? It looks like a purple heart almost. Officials. Articles and interviews. Recent. Current year. Stop it, John. Stop making fun of me. I'll come back to this one. I don't know. I feel like we're missing a piece of information. Southeastern Scaladio, Bizarre Road near Roman. Bizarre Road. Right here.
Exquisite furniture for your home.
Right. Back to our normal wardrobe. Should be nearby. Canteen here. Casino. Bizarre Road near the crossing with Roman. There are no street signs? Near the crossing. So it's got to be one of these buildings. Monte de Pigne. What are we looking for? Bernadotti Company. Oh, here we go. Maybe it's this giant building right here.
It seems they're not expecting guests.
I won't wait for an invitation, John. Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's beyond my knowledge.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees from the camp.
Feel like we might have to shoot some people.
That's our way in, Sherry.
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Bernadotti. I tried the front door, but...
Mr. Bernadotti isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotti's best interest to...
1.
Hit him.
I did try to resolve this peacefully.
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you. I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Oh shit, my thing wasn't ready. Oh.
The snuff.
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend. No more crime for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
Not that easy.
He's in the snuff. How does the snuff not work?
Coming. I am invincible. Not that easy.
Oh, he's got armor on still.
Time to knock this guy out.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Coming.
Give him the pepper snuff. We can overcome the brute now.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Come on, come through here.
No more crime for you until next month.
Where do we go now?
You've disappointed me so much, Sherlock.
Why are you disappointed?
Sherry, look. This seems familiar.
Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least. VH Grindley Flow Blue tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited. Let's see what's hidden there. Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you. An
Like you
amazing
didn't
piece of
harm the
culture.
folks on the
I
way
imagine
here.
Many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
What's we got? Some questions about this artwork we got here.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Go ahead. Make my day.
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth.
What about the Zeppelin? Weird thing.
The Bernadotte Company Limited trade network reaches the most distant colonies of the Great Empire.
It must be very convenient for a man like Bernadotte.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. "1875. It's taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't have one.
Please don't shoot me. I have a family. Spare me. Spare me.
This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
What are we looking for? What are we looking for? I would like to set up an appointment. Oh, battery just died. Saying it was low like hours ago.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. And come here, and we shall talk.
Think because you have books, man, you're safe.
Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
And Pelagra, what does that mean? Full-blooded. I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll shoot something here. Okay, we're back. All right. His poor family had to work hard to work on his son. He became diseased, but it's still showing his skin. I don't know. This is tough. He doesn't shun dirty work. Married. And it's tough. I don't know what to choose here. With holstered pistol. It's holstered. I'd say he's a little bit of a mastermind.
Niccolo Bernadotti, I presume? The name is Sherlock Holmes, and I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
Is that so?
The man you sent to the refugee camp failed in his task. He impaled himself on his own blade. Clumsy and chaotic end.
For a man who just broke onto my property, you are more businessman than brute. You have my attention, Mr. Holmes. Do not waste it.
Mr. Bernadotti, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office.
As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident. One I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotte?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, and I am compelled to ask why you want it. Who is the man visible in the photograph? An associate?
Not yet, Mr. Holmes. Though with this picture, that may change. The man in the photo is a British envoy on Cordona.
What exactly do you want from him?
My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty of you, Mr. Holmes. Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses all too often disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me as much as he deserves.
So, in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Oh, you Brits. Alright, we still need to figure out who this person is. Gotta figure out who the envoy is still.
The front door's now open, sir. You can leave through it. If you want, of course.
Alright, so we still have some stuff to do. Oh, maybe if we go to City Hall? Where is City Hall? Yeah, I forgot City Hall was another place we could search.
Have you found anything helpful?
Where's this search over here? Thomas Norton. Hey, get out of here. Let's try the art gallery. I don't know if there's much left there, but apparently there's something. Let's go north. Gallery. That's right here.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
Not yet, Mr. Vogel.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered...
Not yet, Mr. Vogel.
Interesting. So there's something else here we haven't found. What have we not found here? What evidence is there?
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
Penis. What are we missing? I feel like we're missing something. Got all the evidence there. All evidence there. Where was the some stuff here we haven't got. That bothers me. Like we need to find more information about this Thomas Norton.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
What evidence are we missing here? I think it matters to the story, but a little bit intriguing to me. I don't know if I'm going to show him the photo. What's this say? Yeah, we don't give the photo to Vogel for sure. But we do want to gather some more information. So key item. We need to go back here. Across the bridge. Maybe the secretary will answer our questions now? No?
Please, come in. Mr. Bernadotte is expecting you.
I need some time to consider your offer, Mr. Bernadotte.
If you...
So we have this... How do we meet this?
Sherry, don't you think this office suits me?
We need more information.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
May I ask you something?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Alright, so we need to go to City Hall.
An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it. An essential remedy against sea scourge on any ship. Porcelain friend for every child. This earthenware came a long way from the Staffordshire potteries. Shipped from Cape Town. The wine route from colony to colonies. Bernadotte doesn't miss an opportunity to occupy every niche in the market.
Okay, so we got all evidence out of here. Oh, we already punched the guard. So maybe City Hall. Where's City Hall?
Have you found anything helpful?
May I ask for your assistance?
I can't help you, friend.
May I ask for your assistance?
Apologies, sir, but I've never heard of it.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
I don't know how to do a different tack. I mean, the only tack we got. I mean, I can go ask the one dude, but I don't think that's him. Oh, there he is. There he is.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
I'm gonna shave. It's metal. It's either party goer or remorse. Let's go with remorse.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
You blame yourself for what you did. Won't be any good unless you confess to me, so I'll try to be polite.
What sort of did are we talking about? Are you from the press?
I'm here because of Naylor.
Who?
You don't remember her name.
Lad, if you won't tell me why you came, I'll call for someone here to sort you out, if you get my meaning.
I came to talk. I have a solid piece of evidence that proves you guilty of the violation of a young girl.
What kind of evidence? The silly painting? That's ridiculous. Rumors. Don't listen to a word of it.
I wouldn't call it solid if it were just a painting. I have a photograph that would be enough to cause a scandal at the very least, not to mention criminal consequences.
A photograph? Oh, so you've plucked up courage to finally come here. I won't pay you a single coin until I see the photograph for myself.
I'm not interested in money. I came here to hear your version of what took place. I'm not in the habit of making rash decisions.
Not in the habit? Well, it didn't seem like that from the letter you wrote.
I've never written a single word to you. That's not my style. I'm more direct. But in exchange for my patience, I demand your full cooperation. I need you to tell me everything.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes? And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey.
Yeah, you got this guy wrong.
Respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position, yet here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes. and I'm no exception. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt.
Help the refugees.
Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all. Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Alright, so we got the two options. Alright, so I think we're trying to help the refugees. Let's see how this goes. 2 saves. Can you save there?
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important, after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear, I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
It is complete. Big box. What the fuck is this?
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
A mermaid. Or a man?
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare...
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything! I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Ah, siblings.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall. It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible, it must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us. The workers took the artifact and placed it into the Cabinet of Curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
Curious and curious, sir.
Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator, and this was her Cabinet of Curiosities.
I never saw the point. What does it matter if some artifact is real or not? It still exists.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable. I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons. An archaeological find should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls. The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man.
Seems like a big
and
detail.
This one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets.
Really? I didn't know that. Assume that's real.
Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling if it were actually true.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace D. Oram.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Maybe that's how she got crazy. It's contagious.
An archaeological find should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake. 1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire. The full plate armour of Sir Robert Swanford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
Foreign diploma found in the cabinet and curiosities. Reassemble and translate the diploma reads, on behalf of the board of the University of Geneva, Switzerland, we rectors of the university noted that Mr. Otto Richter has undergone the test required by laws and regulations. Confer on him the degree of Doctor of Medicine with the rights and prerogative so attached.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that.
Elementary. What's up, Neon? How was your Resident Evil?
The Tulpa. Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
Mr. Holmes is a patron of considerable interest and an ideal subject to explore some of my theories. I will attempt to repeatedly immerse her in the traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. Okay. It is my belief that reliving the moment may give her mind a chance to embrace what happened, accept it, and effectively cure herself. It appears that the mother's condition has begun to affect her mind of the youngest boy, Sherlock. While it cannot conduct a proper medical examination, it seems that the boy suffers ongoing hallucinations. John. One with a headache. I haven't played that Resident Evil, so it's excellent. It's really well made. It's open world to an extent, so you have to kind of explore around. But it's definitely it's a nice progression in the Sherlock Holmes game environment. There's a game after this one too, so I'm curious to see what they learn from this game to the next one. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad I played on normal though, because I think on hard, it's any adventure game where you kind of have to guess what the game wants you to do. At least in this setting, it kind of tells me generally what I can interact with. Letter from Otto's brother. Lost. Oh, huh. Letter from Otto's brother. Yeah, Frogware.
And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets.
Well, I want to try the game Sinking City out too. I know that one has controversy on the PC because of arguments with their publisher, but I think the PlayStation one is free from that.
Look,
they got paid for it at least.
This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
Yeah, I like the Sherlock Holmes game they released last time. That was the first one, felt like a really good Sherlock game, so they're doing good with the franchise.
Officer Luciano J. Placido. Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because John is a figment of his imagination in this one. And they are playing, it is a younger Holmes. The game is called Chapter 1, so I'm curious on what they're going to do. It just feels like it's a reboot from their last game. So I'm not sure if they're going to try and make them connect or not. I'm Not really sure. It's honor Judge McDougal. What's that all about? What else is there?
This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869.
Trial of Dr. Otto Richter and the death of Mrs. Violet Holmes has been assigned to His Honor Judge McDougal. Interesting. So what did Dr. Richter do?
I'm starting to remember something.
Accident. Something happened in here. Oh, we gotta pin it.
I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
What does it want me to do? Here we go.
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what. And we didn't have a great view from behind the statue. Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Alright, now we gotta piece together what happened. You're on the ladder. Misbehaving. Trying to see what happened. Ah, there's a fight with Mycroft, the doctor. I don't think it was a person of the night. But
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
what did I miss? It wasn't that. What's this?
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
Sherry decided to play with the artifact cabinet. As a result, became unofficial witness to an argument between Mycroft and Otto Richter.
I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out. Sherry, look!
Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm waiting for you at Kurt Manchio's mansion at Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Surrey. Come at once, if convenient. Come anyway. Always your friend, Vivi.
An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
We have a little challenge here. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Ah, the memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
Went upstairs.
The painting on the wall was slightly a tilt. He stopped and straightened it. Then he threw some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if... A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it? I think this is what we're looking for.
Found the key. Something with the paintings whistle.
We made it. So what's there?
Single malt whiskey. Mycroft's favourite.
Jim Bates. Maybe tasty.
Gifted by Queen Victoria herself.
Nice.
Otto Richter. This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
Medical practitioner. Parents died of cholera in 1863. Klaus. I bet Klaus is the artist that we've been talking to.
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met.
Alright, I think we got all that. On to our next case. Create a new save. All right. Let's see. Should we do some side cases? So many side cases to do and stuff. Maybe I do those on the slide. Stick with the main case. So it's an outfit. As learned from the Queen. Prince of Darkness. Is this really what we're wearing? Turquoise Lane across from Cordona Abbey. Maybe this is just where this marker is. I think we're taking the long way. Looks like this got us back on track a little bit. This might actually be the place we're looking for. No. Somewhere around here.
Look, the cutest thing you'll see all day. Hamlet staged by children.
Kurt Menchio's. Is this it? Mansion. Oh, it's definitely up there. Alright, I'm gonna get another drink and we'll be back. Make it a little bit through this case. All right, I am back. Go check out the party.
Welcome to the Manchios mansion. Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself.
John, you're not dressed properly for this.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Oh, hello.
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's elite?
Oh, don't act like you haven't thought about it, darling. Oh, I heard the finale will be splendid. Ready for the big whirlwind?
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Cahors, is it a guess?
Shit, wine.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
How do you know it was me?
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, and something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to study it. I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
Did I take the key? Mm-hmm. Hello? Hey, can I come back here? Looks like everyone's having some fun.
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Nancho's had to enforce the mask.
Or the identity disclosure scandal. Described scandal from a previous party. Vice Governor Cowden was found by his wife to be a Prussian duchess in the company of young men.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists.
Very judgmental there. John. Where do we get this other drop from?
Do you know what was here before?
Find out the area history of the match. That one again.
Do you know what was here before?
Cultist architect.
I'll pin them down with this scoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Rumor has it. I'm gonna guess Fabio is...
Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still need a crack, despite being ethereal.
You got books? A lot of books.
Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends. These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones. Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays. Keep up to date with the current trends.
Yep.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding. A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood.
Did he write it? It's a dying message. Pretty sure he was dead. Oh, we should look at the wound.
The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart.
Yeah, but he probably was already unconscious at the time. No, maybe not.
The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it.
I guess he was still alive.
Right here. This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger. This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
I mean, this looks like just a stage play.
The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony. Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion.
Oh, do the thing. Blood. So.
An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
What else we got? What is this?
Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
This is probably where he was knocked out. And he was brought over, murdered.
The wounded person was here for a bloody handprint on an armchair. A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
Want to tell me what the hell happened?
Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right, then pull yourself together, Werner. What is it about these nights that you were so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death. Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
Filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later, only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil... Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh, yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer, too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
Alright, so we got some information. We need to do some more investigation of the room. A couple of doors back here. Dressing room. For my Fabio.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio. Manchos. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me.
Easy to...
The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
It's an extremely easy lock.
Would you recognize me in one of these? I suppose not.
This is a different ritual.
Read and rehearse this right. Manchios. Sounds the same.
How can anyone accept such behavior?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal. The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain. Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Oh, this is the main room, okay. Before we go on, okay, this is blocked off. I think we can piece this together. Start. Go backwards. It definitely wasn't Fabio, it was this unknown. Yeah, we don't have to be fought because Grabbed on. It's partially unconscious. Crawled away. He got knocked. I think this is... Obviously we're missing a piece. What are we missing? Oh, door. What are the options here?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okay, what do we miss? Bobby got knocked in the head. Started crawling. Made it here somehow. I mean, everything seems accurate. Only part would be maybe this. What other options do we have? Oh, they got blood in their hands. They dragged them over there.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge.
Yeah, we kind of knew that.
Then,
though.
to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here.
That unlocked her.
I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all. The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry. I know you can untangle this mess.
Stars. The stars? Yeah, those are diamonds. That's a nice mustache. Diamonds. Main hall. Stars. Nervous with golden stars. Oh, it's probably this dude.
Kurt Manchios, I presume? I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Did you know Fabio well?
People are starting to look at us, Sherlock. Change the subject. I can't believe what happened to him. To me. Such an atrocity. Think what it means for me. A wonderful evening for so many good, influential, and rich people has been ruined. I have betrayed all my promises of exotic delights.
I don't understand. Surely a murder would affect your reputation to a greater extent.
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent magician. Do your tricks and make it go away.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on?
Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
What the hell? Oh, it's just this is part of the play.
Look at you. Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in his letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes.
Why? Perhaps we can negotiate. I could be quite useful.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
That was a weird transition. Like,
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
interesting. Someone tipped him off. The only person that could have done that was the murderer.
Back on track to solve the case.
Santos Pinchetti. It's very suspicious. It's an interesting place. Why is there blood on the walls?
Look, I found Werner.
This area is restricted.
Anything useful in there? Seems to be the exit. There's so much blood in here.
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers. The new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boss again.
Is he not realizing the same person he just talked to?
Venice, friend?
Ah.
You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy, after all.
I need to examine you first.
Makeup. Rash from exposure hair dryer. Washed hands in a hurry. There's definitely blood on his hands. Was he hiding by caressing his hands like that? Telltale sign of something. Where's makeup? Washed hands. Now, washing in a hurry wouldn't be sicker for cleaning it.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true laborers, I see. Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party. That's not something I know much about.
I don't know if we have enough yet to really talk to him.
That's not something I know much about.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him. You'd better ask someone else.
I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Manchios. Wait just a moment, I have something to check. Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchios?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police.
That was all we got out of him.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Please accept my condolences for your friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
This self-inflicted cuts. Brandon Iron. Probably maybe a slave. Bruises around the neck recently. Let's lift him at Fabio. It's their similar Brandon. Let's see, this is so you see from her body after what she said. See if we're right.
You have both old and new scars. Some from the time when you were a slave with Fabio. Other scars have a different origin. The guests pay good money to torment you?
I am skilled in giving pleasure, but I don't participate in such practices.
I thought your body was...
For sale? It's true. Many unwanted things were done to my body. And the pain helped me to discover...
Occult deities? Yes, the tattoo speaks loudly of it.
Yes. Your gods abandoned me, and the ones I favor now are more protective of me.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Gordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes.
Are we missing a witness? See, not detained.
This area is restricted.
Oh, he's over here.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope. I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
What's it?
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Don't look at them. They'll serve us if necessary.
Alright, we gotta find him. Oh, evidence. Where's the evidence room? Archive.
Did you hear Basilio Capello is in jail? Did you hear
In the police. Let's
Who
pretend to be
cares?
cops, eh? We can just stand around and look confused.
Good night. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
Where's the ticket at?
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second. I'll bring it to the table.
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. That's not for bedtime reading. That's not for bedtime reading. This Ex Libris belongs to Manchios Library. The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. An emergency kit for boredom.
What have we missed? Earring?
Her key to the altar room. Thank you, officer.
Batista's book, Fresh Bruises. I don't know how much more we have of that right now. Let's do the archives.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
Number 7.
This area is restricted.
There's restricted.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Aired multiple times. Stepped in blood. I mean, you did find the body. Kind of knew that. Textile. Psoriasis or allergy? Financial difficulties? That's the terrible miser.
Is your greedy nature responsible for the lack of taste and attention to your appearance? The cheap makeup, shabby and dyed clothes? How do you explain those, Majordomo?
The means to practice my profession are limited. I'm sorry you noticed it, sir.
The parties overshadowed your state. You are lucky Kurt Manchios's attention was concentrated elsewhere. In a decent household, you would be asked to leave for far less.
Yes, his attention was undoubtedly concentrated on something other than my appearance.
But one detail stands out on your dirty rags and shoes. The drops of blood.
Oh, that. I don't know anything about it.
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always, Fabio-centric?
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Oh wow, what a dick. Should we ask about this?
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a majordomo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love, cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a majordomo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
All right.
Please let me out.
You're extremely wrong on the profile.
I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this.
So, the police found a letter from Fabio in your pocket?
I cannot tell if it was truly in my pocket at all. Perhaps it was placed there later.
Well, that is one hypothesis. If it were true, then how did it get there?
No clue. But this night has been rather eccentric. Such a detail could have easily eluded me.
Indeed. Do you recall reading it?
I can't remember that either. But I tend to respect privacy. Reading others' personal notes is not one of my perversities.
Mm-hmm. Sure, who's guilty?
Let's continue our chat a little later.
I've nothing to add.
This is the letter the police found in Mr. Vogel's pocket. Fabio wrote it. Do you know anything about it?
I don't. Although I can feel Fabio's energy. It's there, but it refuses to let me analyze it.
Oh, that was made up speech.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so. Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
Okay. Start with the will.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him. I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
He's a great person.
I've read this letter from Fabio. It had no addressee, but it was found in Mr. Vogel's pocket.
Werner? Strange. I didn't think the two of them corresponded.
I'm sure there is some explanation. Would you care to read it?
Call me superstitious, but I don't care to read a letter from a dead man.
here.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures.
Alright, who have we... We've pretty much talked to everyone. Might be ready to see this together. I thought maybe it was... let's see here. Fabio was assaulted in nearby room. Fresh bruises, maybe. That's more likely. Oh, gold as hell because of the letter. I feel like Chetty did it, but you ask Mancino again on this.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Ask the other folks.
Let's continue our chat a little later. Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh. That could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Please let me out.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
Okay, Fabio. Unless we talked to you about that, I'm even sure. Dang. Like we don't have enough information yet. Do here.
The air here is rather refreshing. I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
Please let me out.
Doubt he did a murder. He's too feeble. I doubt she did it.
I know I can handle the news.
Most likely. Maybe let's go talk to our buddy. He's in evidence or archive.
This letter proves nothing. Fabio wrote it to Mr. Manchios. It's time to free Mr. Vogel.
Do you really think I'm that naive? I need proof, not words from his friend.
Very well. Mr. Pinchetti told me that Mr. Manchios was lavishing Fabio with expensive and eccentric gifts. The letter mentions rich rewards and attempts to buy Fabio with them. It was written to Mr. Manchios. Who else was showering Fabio with luxuries to buy him? It doesn't fit Mr. Vogel's character.
Look here. We had a deal. Give me the murderer and then take your friend with you. I won't budge otherwise.
Well, fine, but you're just wasting time.
Nothing. Yeah, we didn't get anything new out of that. I think we're basically at the point to solve this. Make sure we got everything right. Yeah, I think it was definitely a cover. Why else would you have to knock him out? Yeah, he cleaned himself after. Yeah, does this change anything? Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. Why would you plant the letter? It doesn't seem very good. Unless we do these two. Doesn't lead to anything, so I believe it's this, but let's go ahead and save it. I'm gonna go with sexual predator, yeah. You go talk to him first, assuming we can. I can't touch him.
Continue our investigation while I look at the papers.
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's letter in his pocket when he was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
We can very often deduce someone's life by their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned. You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, you wished to own him with money and gifts. But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on you. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful, and Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
You staged the murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you, since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s,
early 60s,
who hosts the cream of Cordona society, cannot possibly be a murderer. But the guests who behave like animals in his mansion, of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
The young performer played with your emotions. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio, but he didn't respond in the way you would have liked. You wanted to be loved, but Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to others. The deception was unbearable. The deception was... And then you staged the ritual. You planted the letter in Vogel's... And then you staged the ritual. You planted the letter...
Okay, I don't know.
Sherlock,
Bug
stop
out.
this game now.
There is no stop word, Mr. Manchios. There is no stop word, Mr. Manchios. There is no stop word, Mr. Manchios.
Okay.
Relax.
He's very bugged out. Too bad he was bugged there, but got the gist of it.
I have a name for you. Kurt Manchios.
Is that so? The master of the Sabbath?
The man himself. Mr. Manchios couldn't stand to lose. The man himself. A deadly revenge that deserves a proper sentence. A deadly revenge that is...
A degenerate and a murderer. I'll make a degenerate and a murderer. As for my part, not everything was in place. As for my part, not everything was in place. As for my part, not everything was in place. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the discarded document drawers where we put the lost
Hopefully
papers.
this fixes if I
the
reload the
discarded
game.
document drawers where we